Hello, I'm Alice Bloom, here today for the Larchmont-Mamaroneck League of Women Voters. The League is a nonpartisan grassroots organization founded originally to help women get the vote. It's now devoted to helping all become informed participants in government. Mostly voters recognize us for candidates' nights prior to elections and for voters' guides formally distributed to all registered voters in our communities, free of charge. In Westchester County, the voters' guides have been supplanted by the League's newest online initiative, Smart Voter. Visit www.smartvoter.org for your election information, or look for the voters' guides in hard copy at your libraries. At the League's 2006 National Convention in Minneapolis, delegates campaigned for and won the right to study U.S. immigration policy. The plea for the right to study this issue came from leagues all over the nation, not just from leagues in border and coastal states. When the National League of Women Voters embraces a study, local leagues create study committees that, with guidance from the National Board, conduct their own examination of an issue, learning as much as they can about the subject and educating their members. This study of U.S. immigration policy concludes on February 1, 2008, when all local leagues participating will have to have come to consensus on the same questions. The National League Board will collate those responses, and that will form the League of Women Voters' position on U.S. immigration policy. Thereafter, League members and representatives may advocate for change consistent with that position. Here in Larchmont-Mamaroneck, our active study group, whose members include George Brunner, Mary Lee Berridge, Doris Erdman, Rosita Fichtel, Jerry Lynn Fields, Elsa Puerta Rubin, April Gary Vergara, and myself, have organized a series of information meetings on important topics related to the issue of immigration. Upcoming meetings will be devoted to immigration and education, the path to legal citizenship, globalization and economic issues, and immigrant voices, a concert, if you will, of published writers' works. Tonight, our topic is the history of immigration, featuring a conversation with Senior World Policy Institute Fellow, media consultant, and author Michelle Wooker. Michelle's newly published book, Lockout: Why America Keeps Getting Immigration Wrong When Our Prosperity Depends on Getting It Right, is about how misconceptions about how earlier generations became American have affected the choices this nation has made about immigration so far. Those choices inform the decisions we must make today. In her book, Michelle examines the consequences of those decisions as well. It seemed logical to devote our first forum to history and to trying to separate truth from fiction. Our forum takes place at the New Rochelle Library and is co-sponsored by the library and the New Rochelle League of Women Voters. Prior to the start of our conversation, our audience saw the film, The History of Immigration to the Lower East Side. We're not able to broadcast that film now, but it is a candid overview of the immigrant story in the U.S. with poignant personal vignettes. The movie is not a glossy or glorification of immigration, but rather a pretty gritty depiction of the challenges previous generations of immigrants faced and the hard choices they made in order to become American. It also includes candid views of American attitudes towards the newest Americans. We come to a time in U.S. history where we have an unprecedented challenge: how to deal with some 12 million undocumented people living in the U.S. today, as well as the enormous number of legal immigrants. We need to understand how this situation came to be, to reason together, and to arrive at proposed solutions that are both humane and fair to both immigrants and to the citizens of the United States. I'm not sure that delegates to the League Convention thought they were being courageous when they prevailed in their quest to study U.S. immigration policy. What has become clear is that forums on this subject incite a great deal of emotion. Many people are quick to conclude a prejudice by the use of a word or the turn of a phrase, and that is simply wrong. Our objective is to explore the topic of U.S. immigration policy as objectively as possible. That works best when many views are represented. You will see by both the conversation with Michelle Wooker and the question and answer period in this broadcast that alternative opinions are both expressed and welcomed. Our League study group feels this topic is so important that we have opened all forums to the public, and we're broadcasting them to you on our public access stations. By League bylaws, however, our consensus meeting is open only to League members. We're hoping to have copies of this broadcast and of subsequent forums available on DVD format at our local libraries. We'd also like to make DVDs available for purchase through LMC-TV. We urge you to lend your voice to our future conversations. because, as we say in League, democracy is not a spectator sport. I'm Alice Bloom. Thanks for watching. I want to introduce our guest today. Michelle Wooker is a journalist and an author, and her book, Lockout: Why America Keeps Getting Immigration Wrong When Our Prosperity Depends on Getting It Right, has just been published in paperback. The hardcover came out about a year ago. And for those of you who haven't read it, I know some people in the audience have, who haven't, I think it is certainly a much more in-depth exploration of immigration and the history of immigration, as well as an exploration of economic and education policy as well. This forum is the first in our series, as I said, of our study of U.S. immigration policy, and we're co-sponsoring tonight's forum with the New Rochelle League of Women Voters and the New Rochelle Library. So I wanted to make that clear to you. Michelle, let's start out with a question I think that's on everybody's mind. The film was a little hazy about documentation and legality. There's a sense, I think, in many people's perception that all immigrants in previous times were legal immigrants. Is that true?
Well, I've heard, I don't know how many times, well, my ancestors came here the right way. They chose to come here legally. And I always have to say that unless you were Chinese after 1882, as we saw in the film, I'd be more impressed if they came illegally, because that was pretty awfully hard to do. It really wasn't until the 1920s that we put in place laws that really dramatically restricted who could come here or not.
It's interesting. And I know in your book you mentioned that really it was only at about the time of World War II that in fact countries started to really adhere to their sovereign borders. You can't hear? I'm sorry. Yeah, they didn't want us to do that. Is this better? Is that better? Yeah, it has to be so close for you to hear? Okay, I'm sorry. The question really had to do with visas and passports. Until about the middle or about the first third of the 20th century, there seemed to be less adherence to there were regional borders, but countries didn't protect themselves quite the way they did from people coming and going.
Well, it was really a change over the course of history. First, the word citizen actually comes from the city-state. People thought of themselves as part of a city-state, not, the idea of a nation didn't even really exist until the 19th century rolled along. And it really wasn't until the beginning of the 20th century that people started thinking more in terms of national borders. Even you think of the First World War, it's the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Certainly that was when a lot of my ancestors came, and my great uncle's passport and documentations. And at one point have German on them, another part have Croatian, another part have Hungarian, where the national borders just really didn't mean anything remotely like what they mean today. Until earlier in the 20th century, and really solidified during the course of the First World War, and even more recently during the 1990s with the breakup of former Yugoslavia and shifting of national borders in other places. There are a lot of people who've been left stateless by no fault of their own. And so our idea of a national border, a passport, is something that's fixed, is actually a fairly new notion, and one that doesn't always fit with how people live their lives, with the forces that act from the outside on people.
I think many people have expressed the sentiment that in former generations of immigrants, people came here to stay. They had no question they were coming here to stay. Was that true?
Well, it's one of the things that really struck me in the film that we just saw. You have someone coming from China, went back and forth a couple of times. And this was something that I had always really believed was true. That my father's grandparents came at the beginning of the 20th century, came and put down roots and stayed, and that was that. And after I started writing about immigration, as an adult, and was writing about Salvadorans, certainly in New York, and Dominicans and Haitians, and seeing the amazing ties between the homeland and the United States, and the ways that immigrants were actually working to try to improve conditions back home so that people didn't have to leave and uproot their families and change their lives. I decided I wanted to write about this and how different it was from my understanding of what immigration to America had always been. So that was the book I had set out to write, about how different it was. And then I discovered that my great-grandmother went back to the Burgenland in Austria not once but 3 times. I have a second cousin once removed. I think I always get confused with those relationships, who still writes to distant relatives in Stegersbach. This is 100 years after our relatives came. I found out that my great-grandmother on the other side, who came from a German family, German 48ers who came in the middle of the 19th century, well, 100 years later, they were still speaking German. At the end of the 19th century, about 80% of the publishing industry in the United States was not in English, but was in German. Money went back to, particularly to Europe, also to China, all over the world. People sent migrant worker remittances back very much as they do today, which is certainly controversial today. And then the most amazing thing, I started looking at a number of studies, and one study said that 100 years ago, the return rate, the number of migrants who went back to their countries of origin to stay, was 36%, more than 1 in 3. In fact, for Italy, it was often 6 or 7 out of 10. Today, it's only about 23% of people who actually go back to their countries of origin to stay. So although we believe that people from the past were more likely to stay, quite the opposite is true. So I ended up writing a very different book from the one I started out to write.
It seems that Americans have had certain ambivalence towards immigrants in past generations. You detail stories of opening the doors and then closing the doors, or making it easy and making it hard. Talk a little bit about the kinds of things that happened in our country that made us wish for more immigrants, and the kinds of things that made us then retract.
Sure. Well, immigration often so much is about so many things that aren't immigration. They're about social change. The previous big change in immigration policy in the 1920s, when we set in place the strict national origins quotas, followed a period that is strikingly similar to what we're going through today. You had a period of huge geopolitical change. At the time, the United States was sort of coming up on the world scene. Today, of course, it seems to be slipping a little bit. You had huge economic change. You had the Industrial Revolution. You had people switching from a rural agrarian society to industrial urban society. Today you have information technology where there's a real premium on people with educations, and our education system hasn't quite been keeping up with that. So there's a lot of instability in both cases. Of course, we had the First World War, and today we have the war on terror, whatever the latest term for what it is going on. So there's a lot of insecurity on a lot of levels, a lot of economic inequality today, just as back then. You have enormous creation of wealth. You also have a lot of people who are being left behind. And immigration touches on all of those areas of insecurity, and politicians have always found it very, very easy to take advantage of people's natural fears of people who are different, of things that are unfamiliar. And by focusing their attention on other people, it does a pretty good job of distracting its citizens' concerns and energies from a lot of the real issues that are causing them problems and intensifying the instability and insecurity.
What were some of the other issues or industrial issues that were taking place in America that encouraged immigration? In the film, we saw a great deal about the Irish coming. We saw about the Chinese coming to build railroads. What were the other things happening in our country that encouraged immigration?
Well, you had certainly the low-skilled labor coming to do jobs that needed a lot of people, a lot of hands to do them. But you also saw a lot of very entrepreneurial people coming. If you have a country with strong economic growth and promise, particularly politically, the United States offered a lot of opportunities that were not available in other parts of the world at the time. It was a real magnet to come to the United States. We were in a very, very good position. And a country that is attracting lots of people to come to it has got a really great problem that a lot of other countries probably wish that they had.
So in your book, you say it would be a very unfortunate thing for America if people didn't want to come here.
Yes, exactly. It was, you had Germany before the fall of the wall, where you had to put up a wall to keep people out. Now they're talking about putting up a wall to keep people from coming in. And the other part is that when people come here, because they fill areas of the economy that there aren't enough Americans to do, they actually help to increase our competitiveness and help the economy to grow and actually to leave Americans better off. You hear a lot this argument on the one side, oh, Americans, they do jobs Americans don't want to do, and the other one says, no, that's not true, that they're taking jobs from American. And I think neither one of those is completely true. There's an overlap. There are certain areas, for example, technology in this country, computer science, engineering, where you look at the projections, economic projections, and the jobs in those industries are going to grow much, much, much more dramatically than the number of college graduates and people who are skilled who can do those jobs are going to grow. You also look at the other end. A good thing, although I think we're still not doing as good a job as we could, is that more and more Americans are actually finishing high school. Much smaller percentage are getting GEDs or are not finishing high school and are stuck looking at lower skilled jobs. So that means we've also got a shortage of Americans who can fill those jobs as well. So we don't have all the resources that we have here on our own. We need help from the rest of the world to do it.
And yet, you do make the case, and it's been well written, that the people most compromised by immigration, and I guess it's largely undocumented immigration, are those in the lowest skilled jobs.
Well, what's really interesting is the response to that, because certainly that's where people may be directly competing for jobs. There are a lot of studies one way or the other on this, but a greater and greater number of studies are coming out and saying, hey, wait a minute, the impact on these lower skilled Americans is not nearly as negative as we used to think it was, and in some cases people do better. There was a study in Miami shortly after the Mariel boat lift from Cuba, when a lot of low-skilled immigrants, and some of them even criminals, came in. And surprisingly, they found that wages on the lower end of the scale actually went up after that boat lift, which was exactly the opposite of what you'd predict. And you also hear people like Lou Dobbs coming out and saying, hey, if you want Americans to be better off, you got to crack down on these illegal immigrants, make things harder for them. Well, ironically, those sort of crackdowns are exactly the kind of things that unscrupulous employers will use to make working conditions worse for everyone, for American workers as well. what they'll do is if they don't want to pay overtime, or in some cases don't even want to pay at all. I've heard stories of employers saying, "Oh, you're illegal. I don't have to pay you at all." If they don't want to follow health and safety regulations at the workplace, if people try to organize, employers can use a loophole in the law that says that if the employer cooperates with immigration authorities, then they're not going to have any penalty for having employed undocumented workers. So the bad apple employer simply calls immigration and says, "Hey, I know of a bunch of illegals here, come and round them up." And there goes all the back pay they might have had to pay. There go the troublemakers who were organizing, trying to make conditions better for all workers. And so ironically, if you want to make American workers better off, you've got to give all workers the power to be able to stand up to those employers. And actually the employers who would like to follow the law, would love a way to do it more easily that our current system doesn't allow them to do. And frankly, they'd love to see those bad apples put out of business too.
So I take it now there's really very little action against an unscrupulous employer.
Very little, very little. I think it's gone up, the number of workplace raids have gone up somewhat over the last year, particularly with a couple of very dramatic cases. But the previous years, I mean, almost literally you could count the number of such apprehensions and fines literally on the fingers of one hand.
Well, how do you interpret the fact that labor unions now are supporting the rights of undocumented?
Well, that's interesting. It was a very, very big shift. Until 2000, the year 2000, labor unions took a much more traditional position, saying, hey, they're threatening our jobs. And after that, they realized partly the conditions that I mentioned a minute ago, that if workers are here without papers, if they are so vulnerable, that hurts anyone who's working under those job conditions. And I think that they also were experiencing this demographic shift that I spoke about in education, that more and more Americans were looking for higher educated jobs. And in manufacturing, certainly in agriculture, in some of the other industries where you don't need the skills that you do elsewhere, there weren't enough Americans, and so unions, particularly in manufacturing, were seeing that they were losing people if they didn't start reaching out to immigrants.
Now, it's said, I think you say it, and I've read it elsewhere, that the U.S. has probably some of the highest barriers to becoming a legal citizen here. Shouldn't it be hard?
Absolutely. It shouldn't be something you can just automatically do. A lot of people come out and say, oh, you just want open borders, you want to let everybody in. I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. In fact, a lot of people who are taking a really hard look at, okay, what are the problems? How do we solve them? Let's strip the crazy emotional stuff and insulting and name-calling. Let's forget about all of that. Let's try to come up with a solution. And what you hear across the board from people who've spent a lot of time working on this is, look, we need a combination. We need an easier way to come in through the front door, to come through a bureaucracy that works, which it doesn't right now. It's a nightmare. To have a number of visas that is much, much closer to what we need in terms of labor force than it is now, where it's not remotely related. Once you do that, once you make it possible for people to do it the right way, then you combine that with better controls, particularly in the workplace. You go after people, particularly the bad apple employers, who use violations of immigration law as a way to violate labor law as well. So it's really the balance. You need people to show why they should be here. You need to come up with a way for them to do it legitimately, and you also come up with a clear set of criteria for who comes, for who doesn't, how do we choose that, and how do we be sure that we enforce our laws. But first we've got to have laws that make sense and that are enforceable.
How did the laws change after September 11?
Well, a lot of it wasn't so much the laws as the increased enforcement of laws that have been put in place in 1996, and some of which a lot of people have a lot of trouble with, in that they applied retroactive punishments to immigrants, very little very little chance of appeal. A lot of sort of random raids, a big stepping up of the raids on immigrants and the cracking down on small technical offenses, many of which weren't actually immigrants' fault, but the government bureaucracy's fault. For example, you're required to file a change of address request or a form. You do that, but having moved recently, I know that the U.S. Postal Service doesn't always forward mail the way it ought to. So the immigrant moves, files the change of address, they get a notice to appear at their hearing for legalization. Of course, the notice never shows up. They don't show up at the hearing and they get a deportation order against them. It's a huge problem. And so people were being deported, detained for technicalities like this, where they weren't being gone after before. I think that was the biggest change after September 11th.
I see, because a lot of people are concerned about the U.S. Patriot Act and, kind of clamp down on people's rights, whether they be documented or undocumented or citizens. And some people say, well, but we haven't had another terrorist attack. And so maybe it's right to be more stringent.
Well, it's a question of whether that's what has actually helped or not. You talk to a lot of counterterrorism professionals who have been very, very concerned about a lot of these raids. And also police who depend on networks of trust within these communities. There's a story of, nobody heard it because of the successful prevention of a terrorist attack, but this was a few years ago. There was a planned terrorist attack on the New York subways. A very recently arrived immigrant trusted the police enough to go in and say, hey, I've heard of this plot. They went in and they got the people who were going to do it, and everything ended happily. But if you have these constant crackdowns, if you have this breakdown of trust, you're going to find a lot less of the information that our counterterrorism officials and very dedicated people need to do their job. So I think there's any number of reasons why there hasn't been another terrorist attack. Some of it may be, sheer dumb luck.
We'll never know that, I guess. All right, now we're ready for the interesting part of the evening, and that's your questions and your comments, and I welcome them, and I know Michelle does as well. I'm going to ask you to go to I think we've got 2 mics set up in the middle of the room. Be careful walking up and down the stairs, and let's hear your questions.
Yes, good evening. Very interesting discussion. Just thought I'd point out, one of the reasons for the crackdown in the 20s was the so-called Red Scare of the Russian Revolution, so-called anarchists. Another thing that I don't know if I heard you correctly, the vast majority of immigrants prior to, say, the 1950s did come here legally.
Did come?
Legally. The vast majority did. Yes, they came documented or whatever from whatever country of origin. I think one of the issues that, I don't know if it's going to be addressed in another forum or not, but many folks who are concerned about immigration, sometimes it's melded together, the concept of immigration, and it needs to be separated, legal immigration versus illegal. And I think today with the vast majority of immigrants, especially in the southern border, coming here illegally, basically unfettered, it creates a dilemma in a society where rule of law is supposed to prevail. And what seems to be an almost blind eye by politicians, the business community wanting cheap labor, various political parties wanting cheap votes perhaps, that we are ignoring a basic premise upon which the society is based, which is you come to this country legally. I appreciate the film and your presentation of welcoming people, and that's all good. But the aspect of this that concerns me, you talk about borders. Borders became prevalent in Europe, especially with the growth of rapid transportation. Most people 200 years ago never moved more than 5 miles from the home they were born in. But with railroad, especially in Europe and then throughout the United States, transportation presented problems for nation states, and that's the institution of passport rules, which I don't know if you touched on. One last thing I might mention, I found some great interest in the presentation in the movie. I don't know if your book discusses it. The eugenicists in the early part of the last century who shamelessly tried to portray people as unfit. One of their greatest spokespersons was Margaret Sanger, who became a proponent of the abortion movement in this country, mostly geared towards that population. I don't know if you're aware of that.
No, I was not.
Yes. The only other thing that I might want to ask, and I don't know if you touch on it in your book, and I apologize for not having seen it, is how do you perceive what appears to be, and I regard it as an unholy alliance between what might be the Republican interests of the corporate world, going all the way, say, to Kmart and, and all of those folks, all the way down to the contractors in the west side of this town who seek cheap labor. And what seems to be some political parties, I might have my view as to which ones, love the minority vote and are seeking to inculcate through either anchor children or others a whole new political class. So it's like both major political parties don't really want to address the core question of, do we have the right to have sovereign borders, and is the establishment of a quota as to the numbers of persons who can come here worthwhile, and should it be enforced? I look forward to taking a look at your book. I appreciate your consideration in hearing my comments.
Sure. Well, this question of the rule of law, I think, is so central to everything that we're talking about. And you can go back through American immigration history a number of times and actually see, almost deliberate decisions to ignore the rule of law at the times when the laws were actually being created. In the 1950s, there was a lot of awareness of the porousness of the southern border, and a lot of the congressmen who were talking about how to reform our immigration system did a big study of this, were actually quite aware of it, and they said, you know what, there's no way to seal this border, and so we're going to just pretend that it doesn't exist. We're going to create this new subclass of people that is undocumented. We're not going to provide a way for those people who we know are coming, who we don't have a way to stop, and it's going to be too hard, we might as well not even try. We're going to come up with this sort of shadow state that they can come in, and that will certainly guarantee cheap labor and sort of permanent subclass. So in the 50s, there was actually awareness of this. You go up to 1986, when there was a big immigration reform, exchanging amnesty for people who were here without papers for supposedly prohibitions on hiring people without papers. Well, that law was so full of holes, it's like one big piece of Swiss cheese, and it would never have passed if it had been likely that it would actually have been enforced. So it was another wink, wink, nod, nod law. So how do you get to a place where you have the rule of law? I mean, I think that we in America, by coming up with laws that were deliberately unenforceable, and the book goes into a lot of how the loopholes work. When we come up with laws that are so clearly not intended to be enforced, it's like the jaywalking laws in New York City that are on, they're there in paper, but people ignore them, partly because in parts of a town, if people waited for the lights, then the sidewalks would jam up and it would be a breakdown. So there's the real rub, is how do you come up with a law that really reflects the reality, reflects our labor needs, that reflects the importance of a border that we can control, where we do know who's coming across and can have a way to really control that. We don't have those kinds of laws right now, and until we have them, it's going to be very, very, very hard to get other people to respect rule of law in this country when it's clear that we don't. Now, I don't think an enforcement-only approach will fill out the whole picture of getting laws and secure borders and enforcement that actually work and that make America better off. And we need to be more in touch with reality. As far as the legal immigration in the period between the wars, there were a lot of economic reasons. In addition to the dramatic decrease in the number of people who were allowed in, you also saw Europe being much, much stronger economically in some parts. There have been a number of economic studies saying that even if we hadn't put in place those quotas, then immigration actually would have eased off during that time anyway. So there's a lot of economic factors behind that as well. But your comments are very, very well taken, and I think that this question of rule of law is is so important. It's how do we get to it, and but just by saying, okay, we're going to crack down is not going to get us where we need to be, and it may actually erode rule of law even further.
I think it's interesting. In the 1960 presidential campaign, I believe President Kennedy had talked about the importance of immigrants to the United States. And of course, we're not talking about undocumented immigrants. It's a very important point. And it was the Republican candidates at the time who also spoke about the need to increase immigration, how important it was. But the issue of undocumented aliens in our country is very important. Has there ever been a time where there have been as many people? The estimates are 10 million, I think, between 10 and 12 million. I hear different numbers, you know.
You're anywhere from 6 to 20. 12 is the one that they usually
The 12 is the one.
use.
I heard Jon Stewart one night, you know, I think he was watching the morning talk shows and somebody said 10 million, and a half hour later he saw somebody else said 12 million. He said it increased 2 million in a half hour. But this is a very serious issue. I mean, 12 million people living kind of below the radar. Is that healthy for our country? And what kinds of things can we conjure up to reconcile this? How do these people become citizens or not? But is it healthy for a nation to have 12 million people living sort of below the radar in kind of an underculture, if you will?
No, it's absolutely not. And I think it goes to the question of, okay, how do we make sure that we're better off? And there's this sort of beggar thy neighbor approach, that if only those people, you know, have fewer opportunities, if only we make them go home, then we will be better off. But the truth is that actually, if our neighbors are better off, then we are as well. And I think that we really need to look at that. Also need to look at this situation that we played a big part in creating. You've got, certainly there are 12 however many million people who are living here in this shadow world, but many of them actually originally came legally, and then their papers just expired. A lot of them are married to American citizens, have American citizen children, have contributed tremendous amounts to their American communities. There have also been a number of cases of people who were going to be deported, where their communities, you know, American citizens stood up and called their congressman, did whatever they could to say, hey, these people are contributing to our community, and we want them to stay. So I think you've got to look at what the criteria are for whether someone's contributing or not. And this idea that people came here, you know, they broke the law. If the law is we broke the law before they ever did. So I think we've got to come up with some sort of a solution that recognizes that we are part of the problem, and also putting aside the emotion, saying, okay, what's going to leave this country better off going forward? If we break apart these communities, destabilize these jobs, take these children away from their parents, is that going to leave America better off going forward? Yet we've made a ton of mistakes in the past. We're in a mess. It's a disaster. No matter what people think we should do, everyone agrees that it's a mess. So how do we move forward? What's the best for this country now? And I think it is some sort of way that comes up with an America where people who come here have a way to be above ground.
Do we have other questions?
Yes.
Please, I can't see you. I'm sorry, the lights are on.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think we should also realize that this is a world problem. I mean, Europe suffers from a great number of illegal immigrants coming in from Africa, and any westernized country has, so perhaps we should try to look at it as a broader thing, as a world problem, not just solely ours.
That's actually a great point, because I've been working for many years out of the World Policy Institute, where we actually look at problems as things that need to be addressed from a collaborative standpoint, around the world, not just from within the confines of one set of borders or not. I saw a very interesting statistic recently that more than half of all migration now going forward is actually from developing countries, from one poor country to another. They're dealing with it as well. And really the core issue of immigration seems to be that some people, particularly the high-tech people, the people with a lot of skills, they migrate purely for opportunity. Other people, certainly they're seeking opportunity, but it's a case of desperation, that they have absolutely no other alternatives. And so if we want to slow the flow of migration, because I think that's something we do need to have on the table. Even people who believe in the huge contributions of immigrants and the importance of them, I think everybody would recognize that it's hugely destabilizing to families, to the sending countries, to the receiving countries. There's all good things in moderation. And I don't think that anyone likes to see the tragic picture of people separated from their family for years and years and years, is the horrible desperation. So what we really need to do, if we want to address these migration pressures, address the pressures around the world, is figure out what is it that we need to do to go at the heart of this desperation. How do we give people what they need to be able to have lives in their own communities? And this is actually true on the host country side as well. There's a lot of anger and frustration at immigrants, but I hear a lot of it related to other issues, that we don't have good health care. My education is terrible. I can't send my kids to college. The infrastructure is a disaster. But in a lot of cases, I think foreign-born overall are about 12% of the population. Undocumented, it's about, I believe, 4% of the population. Well, if we're 4% away from disaster on education, on healthcare, on whatever, that's a pretty darn slim margin. And that means we ought to be doing a much better job in investing in educating the next generation of children. Because if that 4% of people disappear tomorrow, we're still going to have the same problems. So it seems like instead of putting our energy into people who came here, half invited by our disastrous laws and wink, wink, nod, nod attitude, what if we put that energy instead into healthcare, into addressing some of the corruption in Washington, some of the problems in healthcare? What if we go directly to the heart of those problems? The $50 billion people were talking about spending on a border wall. How many teachers could we hire with that? What could we do to really make everybody better off in our country, and also how might we help other countries to invest and to move forward as well?
Michelle, true or false, in previous generations, people didn't have the same level of entitlements that we have now, and we have Social Security and Medicare. I mean, so many things that we know are so important for the health and well-being of our citizens. And there's a lot of concern about so many people who are here illegally using those resources that taxpayers are paying. Paying for? What do you say about that?
There have been a lot of studies lately about that. There was one that the Texas Comptroller's Office did last year, looking at the revenues that came in from undocumented residents, both directly in terms of sales taxes and things like that. Also, a number of people sort of working under other Social Security numbers would be actually paying into Social Security. There's about $7 billion with a B dollars a year of surplus from money that they're never going to be able to take back. They also look at the additional tax revenue that goes to states that's generated by businesses growing, by economic growth, and also by the fact that these people are much, much less likely to use healthcare services, partly because they're not allowed to. The only thing they're allowed is emergency. Also because they're much younger population. So the amount that they're actually using in some of these services is quite small, and in most cases is actually more than compensated for by what the revenues are that they're producing. The other part of it is, education is one of the biggest expenses. You look again at the sort of policy aspects behind that. You look at the demographic shift in this country, the aging of the country, the need to have a new generation of younger workers. Those workers have got to come from somewhere. I think education, for all Americans isn't just spending. That's an investment. That's an investment in somebody who's going to be able to be more and more productive to the economy that we're going to get back. So I don't even think you should count education as spending at all, but instead as something that's going to benefit us in the long run.
I guess it's hard to look at that when your property taxes and your school taxes keep going up, and
Well,
that is a legitimate concern.
Well,
from
property
courts.
taxes are going up in large part because of the real estate market. I mean, property values are going up so much, and that's having your house be worth that much more is actually quite a nice problem
but
to
your
have.
taxes, but what you hear people, certainly in this part of the world, say is we pay huge taxes. I mean, that's not a secret to anybody.
Compared to Europe, we hardly pay anything.
Is that right? I don't know. I'm being a little bit of a devil's advocate here, but these are the questions that people have legitimately expressed and things that have to be addressed. True or false? Were immigrants ever permitted to vote? People who were not citizens.
Absolutely. For the first 150 years of American history, it was actually quite common in at least 40, I think might be 44, more than 40 states and federal territories. In fact, the criteria for voting at first were that you were a white male property holder. And the idea, and Thomas Jefferson, people like this have talked about this, is that when somebody comes into a community, they become a member of that. I mean, citizen is a member of a political body. And particularly on the local level, where people were members of a town and active there, the idea was the whole town's better off if you take a stake in where it's going. Now, the reason that died off, very interestingly, was that this whole white male property owner thing started going by the wayside. And there was, small, powerful political class that said, hey, wait a minute, there's more of these European immigrants coming in. There's all of a sudden, that blacks can vote, women can vote. We got to do something to keep all this voting from going on. And so it was a way to the non-citizens were the things that went. So,
Bill, would you go to a mic, please, so we'll pick it up? Very interesting. I was looking at some of my notes for some of the points that Michelle had made.
Actually, in the New York City history, the Tammany Hall Boss Tweed used to have people waiting on the dock for the Irish to come off the ship, and they have them sign the voter registration right there.
Although that actually was illegal at that point, interestingly.
Right, and then they give them a place to live, a job, if you sign the voter registration. And that's how Boss Tweed stayed in power with Tammany Hall for so many years.
That's a very, very good point. It's a story I hear a lot, but it's actually something that was done completely illegally at that point.
Michelle, you talked about some of the ways that, I guess the legislature and various states, cities, and the nation tried to control immigration. And you said something about immigrants served as test subjects for laws later applied to citizens. And I think at first you were talking about the Alien Sedition Act. Why don't you talk about that a little bit?
Well, actually, and also, certainly in the First World War, and then again in the Second World War with some of the laws and policies that led to McCarthyism and some of the things that we're not so proud of in our own history. But they would basically put in laws that made it much easier for the government to crack down on foreign-born. A lot of this came out of the fear during the First World War, when there were a lot of actual German and Austro-Hungarian subjects in this country. But what would happen is that those laws would be applied first to foreigners, and then they would creep. They would be expanded much more to American citizens, and that's something that people were very, very concerned about with the Patriot Act. That some of the strongest provisions had to do with the foreign-born, but as we've seen, there were a lot of concerns about civil liberties of Americans being infringed afterwards.
Right, phone tapping and things. They didn't have phone tapping in the early part of the 20th century. They didn't have phones, but there are other ways. There had been some laws about literacy. There was one law I know that you wrote about, insisted the Babel Law. Tell us what the Babel Law was.
The Babel Law. There was this really sort of a hysteria after the First World War about anything foreign. And you had things like City College, where they had previously offered German classes where you'd get 3 credits for taking the class. And then they said, no, you have to do the same amount of work, but you only get 1 credit. And then across the country, they were trying to crack down on foreign languages. And anyway, the Babel law, I'm blanking, I was in the Midwest somewhere, Ohio or in Indiana. I'm sorry, I'm having a brain hiccup.
Right,
but basically a law saying that you may not speak a foreign language. And there was actually an instance of it was like a Swedish grandma. And of course, at the time, you could hear everybody else's phones, so they go and bust this Swedish grandma for speaking Swedish on the telephone. And of course, today it's actually a real tragedy that not so many Americans learn foreign languages because it's a huge asset. I mean, except for when I was a teenager selling cheap clothes in Waco, Texas, every single job I have ever had has been because I speak a foreign language. And it's something that with the globalized economy, with the increasing sales of U.S. goods and services around the world, anyone who wants to get ahead really needs to be able to speak more than 1 language. And we've gotten this America where people don't learn other languages, and it's a real handicap to us. You look at Europe where people speak 2, 3, 4, and do very well with it.
I think that was always justified because their countries were so close. Somebody sort of a few miles away spoke another language. If you just go to the mic, we'd love to have your question. But in the meantime, Michelle, when people came here in previous generations, did they come here and expect to learn to speak English and know that they had to speak English, and compare it to the sensibilities of today's immigrants?
Well, I think people have always wanted to learn English. Although, as we just saw in the film, you had people speaking German, speaking Spanish. Never really learned English. Today, you look at the studies, and the Pew Hispanic Center has done a lot of really good work on this. And in the polls, immigrants just way far and above say English is so important. And particularly with the second and third generation, the English acquisition is quite good. There are huge lines across the country to waiting lists to get into English classes. But because Americans don't learn foreign languages as much anymore, they often will see someone who's been here 6 months, a year. I mean, even 3 years. Who's been working 3, 4 jobs, and where do you have time to learn English in that? And they say, oh, this person doesn't learn English, and they forget how hard it really is. And certainly, past generations, many of the first generation who came here never quite got the hang of it. And even I've met grandparents who came during the 30s, 40s, who are a little iffy with the English. But the children, the grandchildren, they absolutely get it, and that's the way it's always been. I mean, some people are really lucky and have English right away. I think right now, actually, people are much more likely to have been exposed to English in their home countries before they come. And I haven't seen any studies on this, but I would suspect that people now are actually more familiar with American culture, more familiar with American language in general when they arrive, which actually gives them a pretty big leg up over people who came in the past.
And that's largely because of the media and technology.
Absolutely.
Very nice. Yes, thank you.
I think the problems are so complex. I'm certainly glad I don't have the responsibility of solving them. I understand the need to worry about the rule of law, and I think we need to reconcile that with the need of the immigrants themselves. I taught at the community college. I've met many young women and men who were children of illegal immigrants. Their parents came because they needed to feed their children. This is not the place of golden opportunity for them in the sense that the streets are made of gold. They want to eat. They want to clothe their children. I had a student from Peru who told me he lived in a tin shack with 10 children. We have to understand the needs of those immigrants and figure out a way to help them stay in whatever legal way is possible. I don't know how to do that, really. And I'm glad you said what you did about the children learning the language. I have not met the children of immigrants who did not want to learn English. Their parents don't. Lots of our parents, grandparents didn't in their enclaves in New York City, Little Italy. I've been told that somebody's grandmother never learned to speak English because the butcher spoke Italian and the fishman spoke Italian. I don't think that's changed so much. The problem is, it seems to me the problems are numerous, but one of the problems is we have to look at this in a humane way. These are people. They're not just numbers. They're not just people with a capital I for immigrant, legal or illegal. They have real, serious problems in the countries where they've lived, and they need to help their children to survive. And I don't think that's changed very much, but we begin not to, I hear people say all the time, oh, they don't want to learn
Capital
the
T.
language. They want to take advantage of our hospital care when they have babies. They want a free education. Well, what's our alternative? To say no, go die somewhere, don't come into our hospital, don't get an education, go play on the streets? That's not the answer either. So I wish we could keep maybe our vision double. We have to worry about the law, certainly. And we have to worry about the real human problems that we have to confront.
Pretty much, but that's the issue of the children who came here very young. They didn't have any choice in that. Certainly the debate in Congress right now about the DREAM Act, which would allow in-state tuition, path to citizenship for children who came under those circumstances, I think is beyond humane. It's just something we really ought to consider. And also, the gentleman earlier mentioned the idea of the anchor babies, which has got people really riled up. The idea that your child is born here and then they'll sponsor you to become a citizen. Well, children can't do that until they're 21 years old. That's an awful long time to wait, and it doesn't seem to me to be a very practical strategy for anyone. So I think a lot of this, whole anchor baby debate is in many ways a myth. I mean, certainly people would love for their children to be American citizens, and that's fine. I mean, I think the idea that you be allowed to become the citizen of the place where you were born is very important, because otherwise people are going to end up stateless. But the question of the humanity of it is very important too, and in the emotion and the shrillness of a lot of this, people do forget that. So I'm very glad you brought that up.
One point before we go to the question. Michelle, in past years, I know I read in your book that immigrants were extraordinarily taxed, were taxed double the amount as citizens to use schools and other services. I'm not saying that was correct. Please speak to that for just a moment, and we'll go to your question.
Well, it was certainly done, at a time when a lot of the services that we take for granted today were actually being put in place. And interestingly, the public school system in this country is very much a product of immigration. It was very much tied into the idea of how do we make sure that people learn English, that they learn the skills that we need to have in common, how do we Americanize them, which the Americanization part often turned into a bit of a heavy-handed farce. But the idea that everybody who's in a place should have something common, and that it makes sense that the public come together to provide that, I think is very, very important. And so I think, at the time, because the system was being set up, partly because of immigration, I think that was part of the logic behind that. But it really goes to the heart of what's education for. Who benefits from it? Well, everyone benefits from it. And that's something that we should support no matter who's getting it.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Belia, and I'm immigrant, and I was illegal immigrant, and I'm legal immigrant. I came like 1.5 years ago, and I thought my husband was relocated in New York City. And I thought was a very good thing, because the company that he works for, he thought that he was going to contribute to this economy. So the process to select a person, it took him like a year more or less. So finally all the attorneys took out our papers and passports and everything. But that is not the worst thing, that a legal immigrant has to pass all this process when they come to this country. But the worst thing is when this document expires, you become illegal immigrant, not because you want to be illegal immigrant, because this bureaucracy that it took me, first of all, I arrived And I say, I'm a wife of a legal immigrant, and I have the right to have my Social Security number. So I went to the Social Security Administration office, and guess what? I fill up all the forms, and they asked me very rudely, I can say, all these questions and blah, blah, blah. And then they reject my application form. I said, why? Because you are not allowed to work over here. I said, why not? He said, well, you are not. You have to know the law. I said, well, my visa is L2. I believe that L probably stands for labor, but anyways, I was so ignorant. So I read the law, and I talked to many people, and after like 8 months after that, I apply again, and I direct my application to another office, and blah, blah, blah. Because the first time I went in person to the office. And they said, I received my work permit, and I went to the same person, okay, can I have my Social Security number because I'm allowed to work? And I said, and by the way, I think you better read the law because you are so ignorant. Actually, you are more ignorant than me. And this is it's just my experience. So, and I want to address this because immigration touches many, many aspects. But one thing that it bothers me, and I think is very touchy thing, touches racism. So immigrants, they having different color, or speaking another language, or having so many mistakes in the grammar. So they probably, they don't say probably, they are illegal immigrants. My daughter came one day and said, Mommy, am I illegal? And I said, no human is illegal. So you are not illegal. And actually, I can say this thing, and I took a video from the library, and I showed her that 99.99% of this population in the United States of America are, in one way, immigrants. Because nobody looks native. Actually, my daughter was taken for a play because she looked more native than supposedly the natives. So I said, don't worry, no human is illegal, you are not illegal. And even if you are immigrant, yes, you are immigrant, but everybody is immigrant. So I think the racism is very, very important. And I still thinking that my husband contributes to this economy, that I do contribute to this economy. And I feel sorry because this country has 10 or 12 million people uncontrolled, supposedly. And I was talking with somebody in the school and in the university. We were taught with this American and this liberal economics way of thinking that the open market is the best thing. The globalization is a good thing because you are open up all these frontiers to all the products and everything. Okay, that's a very good thing. But when I say, what about the people who are consuming these products from Walmart, from Procter & Gamble, or name it, all these globalization, how can I say, representatives in the world, they are not allowed to move from one country to the other. So there are barriers for human, but no barriers from their money that they are taking from. And another thing that was just bothering me because my daughter asked me so many questions. I said, Mommy, am I brown? No, you're not brown, Mamita. Because nobody in my country asked her the color.
Let me, those are some very good issues.
No, in the last one.
Okay.
The last one. The wall, yeah? They said, we are going to build walls. Well, Europe, they're taking down all the walls, but here we're going to build a wall because, you know, drug dealers is a problematic thing for United States, and I think yes. But let me tell you something. Drug dealers, they don't run, they don't cross the borders to do all the business. Drug dealers, I just forgive me if I'm wrong, they have passports, they speak very good English. They cannot be as my English, okay? And they are not like that, so don't be afraid. And I think America will be better off if these 12 or 10 or even 1 million will be controlled. And I believe that many people who decide to stay here in the United States because they don't have another opportunity to go back to their countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There are a lot of very, very important issues. Let's talk about racism. Is there an element of racism in the anti-immigrant sentiment that we see today?
There is racism, but it's a complicated thing. I mean, and I think it's misused on both sides of the debate. Just because someone raises the sort of questions that, you know, in fact that you've raised tonight about, you know, what are the costs of this in terms of services? What is the impact on our society of all these people who are different coming? You know, just asking those questions is not racist, and I think, frankly, it's something to be talked about in a non-emotional way and look at what are the facts. Then, you know, there are some people who will certainly make racist assumptions. Certainly, I hear a lot about all these. You know, everybody's illegal because they have a Spanish-sounding last name. People make a lot of generalizations based on race. You know, certainly throughout the history of American immigration policy, the race has been a huge part, you know, based on, you know, exclusion of Asians, policies intended to encourage more Northern European immigration per the recommendations of the eugenics movement. And certainly, you know, racism is always a part, I think, in people's interactions, whether they intend it to be or not. The question is, how do you get past that? And I think we've got a long way to go. There's a lot of places where, you know, I think if you accuse someone of being racist, they don't even hear it, even if they are. So it often doesn't change whatever behavior or attitude that they have. And obviously, it's something that needs to be addressed. Franz Boas, the anthropologist from Columbia University, went to Congress. They had this Dillingham Commission, which was supposedly doing all these scientific studies to prove about how racially inferior immigrants were and how stupid or whatever other, you know, invective you wanted to apply scientifically. He proposed to do a study of actually measuring everybody's skulls. And the commission thought that, oh, this is great, this is going to prove how inferior they are. And of course, the results came back and said that you know, basically, you know, as the children are in America and they actually get good nutrition, that's what has to do more with the cranial size, and it has nothing to do with the, you know, inherent genetic difference. So racism is a factor. I think it's important to be conscious of it, to not forget it, but also to be very, very cautious about using it as a weapon, and also to be appreciative of the ways that we have made progress, and hopefully we'll see equivalent and possibly even more accelerated progress into the future. I'm not saying that's a given, but that's something we can aspire to.
I wonder, we're coming to the close of our evening. Did anybody see the New York Times today? There was a full-page ad, actually, from Newt Gingrich for solutions. I forget exactly what he called it, but it was a quest for solutions. People who have solutions to contact their congressmen, women, and pass along those ideas. And it seems to me that the biggest challenge we have now is how to reconcile 12 million people who are undocumented living here today. How to bring them into the culture. I mean, this is a very perplexing problem. And I certainly welcome anybody's suggestions, and I think it's...
You go around asking people.
Census.
Are you really?
The census, I guess, yeah. Well, I mean, that's probably true. I mean, it's probably not a hard and fast number. And, I mean, who could know for sure? But there certainly are plenty. If anybody else have a question? Go ahead, sure.
Am I allowed to open up a whole other theme?
That's all right.
Okay, quickly. And I'm going to get in trouble because I'm actually going to raise a doubt. First, I want to thank you for a wonderful conversation. Very seldom.
Thank you.
Well, I haven't finished my compliment yet.
Which all of you are a part of too, so compliment yourselves.
Very seldom do I come in and hear such a long conversation where there's at least one thing that irritates me. And I found myself in agreement with almost everything you've said.
That's terrible.
And it's terrible. It's totally terrible.
Should we be worried?
I also thought that it was so helpful the way you responded to the question of, well, we've got all these people who are undocumented. Because it really is true that they're only undocumented because we've created laws that are inapplicable. But I do want to raise a doubt.
Okay.
My grandfather came in the 1880s. He never learned English very well. He passed one genetic trait down to the succeeding generations, which was his, at least the third generation, which was his skill at failing in business. But he sent somehow 3 kids to college and to graduate school. I've always felt that the real test a country faces in immigration is not what happens to the immigrants. It's what happens to their children and how successfully their children are integrated into society. And in the past, we've done in this country very, very well about that. But as I read the literature now, and I hate to be the person that have to bring this up because usually I want to be an advocate. As I read the literature now, you find in some of the literature, and I sometimes get questioned about it, people who doubt whether in the future we will be as successful in integrating the second generation. And they raise 2 doubts. One of them is the changing shape of the American economy, which is becoming increasingly bipolar and which seems to be offering fewer and fewer opportunities for the slightly skilled. The second is race. Whether a person assimilates successfully into American society is only partially a question of what that person does. It's also a question of how that person is received. And it may well be that some of the new immigrants are encountering the kinds of barriers that, the kids of the Italians were white. They may not have been white when they got here, but their kids were. Will we be as successful in integrating the new generations of immigrants as we pass? Or is that something maybe we need to worry about too? I saw it was a whole big new one.
What do you think, Michelle?
Well, it's certainly something that we need to worry about. And the answer depends on us, really. You hear a lot of talk about immigration and immigration policy, again, talking about the they with a capital T, as if everything that happens to immigrants here is some function of an inherent characteristics that they have, and completely ignores the changes in policies that we've made that make it much harder for people to integrate. Certainly, we've never dealt before with such a large population of immigrants who are shut out by legal status. And I think that the implications of the mess we're in now are going to last for generations into the future. The question about the economy is a very, very good one, and I think it's applicable to Americans as well as immigrants. And again, it's a question of if you want to solve the immigration problem, you've got to solve other issues as well. The race part, I'm surprisingly optimistic about, actually. And part of this goes back to the work that I've done in the Dominican Republic and Haiti and places where, it's not really so much race as it's also class. For example, you look in Silicon Valley, where a lot of Indian immigrants or Chinese immigrants in many cases are much, much higher up in status than white Americans, and certainly a lot of East Indians are much darker than any generation of American of European immigrants particularly were. So I think that race is something that can change, that has gotten better, that will. But this question of legal status, of the structure of the economy, the focus on education and opportunities for the middle class, and no, despite what Lou Dobbs says, the way to get the middle class ahead is not to go and crack down on the immigrants. But I'm very glad that you raised that issue, because it is an important one.
Okay, any other questions?
I'd like to answer your question. You said, how do we absorb 12 million?
Would you go to the mic just so that we'll make sure that we pick it up? Thank you. Thank you.
I'm joining you late, so I just got the end of your presentation. It sounds very interesting. I just wanted to answer your question about the 12 million here, because you seem to present that. I don't think that's a problem at all. Our country is huge. Our economy is huge. We can absorb that population as we've done before. I think the bigger problem is, what sort of country do we want for the next 10 years? And if we have this many millions now, and what are the estimates of illegals per year? 3-4 million?
No,
You've
it's
heard
nothing
numbers?
like that.
That many?
No, it's
2 million?
no much. It's definitely under 1 million. You hear various numbers within
Okay,
that.
still, I think the bigger question is, what sort of country do we want to have in the next 10 years? And I think your number is low, and I think my number was high, but to witness a many million increase over 10 years by accident, through breaking of laws, through not enforcing laws, through not paying attention to questions of citizenship that are an important part of our law. We have a whole legal practice devoted to immigration law. I think that's a very serious question. I just think we have to devote ourselves to determining if we can live with the 12 million. How stringent do we want to be going forward? Because being stringent going forward is going to have a much different result than we've seen so far. So I think it's really a question for our legislators. Get over the pretense that we have an immigration policy. Get over the pretense that there is legal immigration and not illegal immigration. Just make some decisions. I personally think American citizenship is very important. I personally believe a wall is a good idea if it could work, because it would enable you to decide what sort of citizens you want, what sort you don't. And regardless of their color is not an issue. I just think a nation of laws, a nation that was founded by very principled and idealistic founding fathers and mothers, shouldn't have accidental immigration that goes against our design. And I think that's the bigger question. Our economy is big enough. We're going to absorb the 12 to 15 million we have. I don't think it's worth even talking about them. They're by and large law-abiding. They're very productive. I don't think it's an economic issue so much as it is, having to do with our ideals. While we're talking about civics in our high schools, and I've got 2 kids who went through high school and one presently, if we're talking about civics and the Constitution, I don't think we can ignore our standards, just or unjust, that we've set, and continue to go on and be proud of our country.
Thank you. Michelle?
Certainly, as we were saying before, and you probably missed this part, it is very much about the standards that we've set, and the population of undocumented here is very much the result of a standard of having broken the idea of the importance of law in the past, and we've set a standard that is not one of excellence or coherence, and so I think that's the key. We really do need to return to some sort of ideals. And your question, what sort of country do we want to see, that is exactly what we need to be asking. And how do we get there? What are the results if we kick everybody out? Is that going to give us a country that we want to see? I got to say, I really don't think so. But those are the sort of future-driven, results-oriented, unemotional kinds of questions that we need to be asking if we're going to get somewhere that leaves everybody better off.
Thank you. Yes.
I also want to praise this program and the book. I've read the book, and it's really quite remarkable. In this gentleman's last comments, I would want to add one of the studies and the many studies and projections of our actual problem with not having more people of working age within however many years, because we are getting older and wiser, of course, and more mature.
One would hope.
But the truth is that the number of younger people is going to be very much lacking, not only supporting our social security system, never mind, but the issues of labor. And when we talk about then walls, I can only think the sadness to me of building walls is enormous. I believe if we ever counted the number of illegals, more than 50% have nothing to do with that particular southern border. These are people with whether visa expirations or the absolute appalling weakness of our laws. Your book makes a very important point about this. If there's one thing we have got to do, it is give the time, attention, and expertise needed to our immigration services. Some of the people who work there are horribly unprepared, horribly understaffed, horribly underfunded. If we really care about these issues and the wonderful issues you raise about how many brilliant people we're locking out, that's the title of your book, it is between the sadder part of the migrant worker who we desperately depend on to get that fresh lettuce from California, but never mind. There are just so many issues. Your book addresses them. I think they're wonderful. One very small point, I would like to at least give a different opinion about Margaret Sanger. I do believe that young nurse was terribly stressed about the tragedy of women in childbirth dying and being maimed and having no control. And that is how Margaret Sanger got started. The eugenics movement was a rather different thing from everything I understand. But back to the point, your book was wonderful. How can we add better laws? And I think that's part of the reason for the study, is it not, Alice? We're hoping that through the League and all these different aspects. But do you have a few specifics you did in your final chapter of some of the things you might really recommend, and where will this country begin to say the money is important to do something to make better laws?
Well, you know, the INS is no longer in existence. The INS was merged into the Department of Homeland Security, so the INS is gone. But it just may be a bureaucratic movement, may not be very significant. Michelle, last word. Well, we're going to have another question. We'll let Michelle answer Mary Lee's comments.
Very quickly, certainly the bureaucracy point is so important. Right now there are close to 2,000 pages of laws that are sort of constantly changing and slowly updated, that the government helpline has private contractors poorly trained memorize, and it's so bad that if you are an immigrant, you call the government helpline and you follow the advice, the odds are that when you follow the advice and you go down to immigration offices, you're going to have the experience that my former neighbor, who was a young Canadian professional married to an American, had. They yelled at her for following the government helpline's advice and put her into tears. This is only the beginning of a lot of stories. So fix the bureaucracy so that people can come legally. Come up with a number of visas that is much, much, much closer to reality. I don't know what that is. There's number crunches who can do that, but it's a lot more than what it is now. As far as the people who are here right now without papers, we've got to bring them out of the shadows. We've got to recognize responsibility for our role in that. And we need to come up with a path to legalization and to citizenship for them. That is so, so, so important.
Ernie, this will be the last question.
I just wanted to comment on the fact that I'm a product of the New York public school system. Spent lots of years, in high school and college, and so I finally got a graduate degree. And I remember very little about discussions having to do with immigration in our public school education. I got little glimpses of stuff from my mother in the late 40s and the 50s, telling me how bad she thought the immigration laws were and how unfair they were. I mean, we're a product of a mixed mixed marriage, and part of the family was Italian, the other was Hungarian and Russian. So we had relatives all over trying to come in, and the problems that they had and what happened when they got here. But I think part of the key is education. I've heard public meetings where people have gotten up and raved and ranted about how legal everything was when their grandparents and parents came to this country. And the little bit I knew about some of the Italian immigration was, who did you pay off? In other words, what congressman did you give $1,000 to, and he would sponsor a law which would get you and the whole family in? So I don't know how legal that was. It probably wasn't too legal. But I remember a movie recently, Gangs of New York, and that also shed new light on what had gone on around the turn of the century, the 19th century, the 20th century. So I think we have to put a push, and the League is very key in this, in our educational system. Our high schools and our elementary schools, to help people really get a grasp on what went on and how complicated it was or simple it was, and what do we have to look forward to.
Thank you, Ernie.
Thanks.
Absolutely. I think, history is just so important to understanding what's going on today. And when we're going on with this myth about how hugely different it was in the past, I think that colors all of the thoughts and ideas and opinions and decisions that we make about immigration. So your point is very, very well taken. I mean, my book started out with a lot of reflections on history, on kind of changing this myth that, oh, it was different back then, and really looks at some of the implications of that for the present and the ways that caused us to make a lot of the mistakes that we have. And America is always, the Europeans always like to laugh at America for being such a young country with no sense of history. And I think it's interesting that when it comes to immigration, people always invoke this history that is actually totally false. But in some ways, it's kind of it's good that they think about history at all, because maybe it's a start in Americans getting a little bit firmer footing on where we're going forward, if only we can get them to really understand the truth about what our history was and not this manufactured version.
Thank you, Michelle. On that note, what Michelle says in her book, that her book is about how misconceptions about how earlier generations became American have affected the choices this nation has made about immigration so far. I think that sums it up pretty well. Thank you all for being here tonight. I hope you come to our future forums as well. Michelle, thank you so much.
Thank you.